23rd, 22nd, 22nd, 23rd, and I don't think
Yeah, we
we're
won't be
going to
trading the
trade.
23rd and 24th. I
Yeah,
won't be.
yeah.
Maybe the 23rd. I don't know. The first
Uh,
couple of days of the week I'll answer. The closer we get towards the end of the week, people are just going to dry up and not be trading.
yeah. If these things don't resolve until then, I might be gonna need to trade. Yeah, Zach, that is very normal. Like when you started doing green day, and then in your mind it's like, oh, okay, I'm good. I can do my calls. I can do my things. I know what I'm doing it, and I don't need this. I don't need that, and so you think I know I'm negative, but I can recoup myself, and so that's when the red days start to come. And then you realize that you need help. Like today, what did I do here today? What did I tell Doyle? What did I ask Doyle for? Ask him for
Are
help,
you
right?
the?
What?
Are you the?
Yeah, yeah. It's because I cannot deal with these MNQs and
You
so
do a
what?
SEM account on NQ and just trade the NQ. Shadow copy your micro and just focus on trading the NQ. Your micro will take care of
Okay.
itself.
I'm doing right now the NQ right here now, the sim. That's what I switched to and copy trade the MNQ, but it's mental, man. Just knowing that this is not a real account and the other one's MNQ is like, fuck it. I can get out of this or I can do that. But the thing is, I'm doing on a $1,100 account now, you know? So one that was negative $150, that's more than 10% of the account. That's what freaks me out, on this
Yep.
e-profit, and it's all mental. That's all freaking mental. Nothing more, nothing less. Like in this trade here, I have one freaking micro. I'm sweating. I'm freaking out.
That's nuts.
Yeah. What is your stop on that one there, Doyle?
The bottom of this possible inverted head and shoulders.
I put on the head. You put a little bit
Yeah,
higher.
yeah,
Okay.
it's the head. Although it's acting like it wants to take me out.
Yeah, me too. Like right here, I would not do that on a NQ, but MNQ was like, I can edit here to push the price down, you know, but that's wrong for the time, what the time it is, and everything else.
I do not have any fancy scale justification. I have them tied to right versus overlay. And if you have them tied to right versus overlay, they should never run off the screen. My volume is the one that I don't care about the actual numbers from. I'm just paying attention to bar size. So my volume, if we check that, that's the one that's set to overlay. So my scale is there. It should not be going off the screen. Should not. If they're going off the screen, you might right click on your scale over there on the side, like whenever we do this, and you're going to have an F up there. Be sure to click the F so that, because you can move these around, and it puts that little F there. So put that F back, and that should fix it. About to close this and be flat. Move my stop up. There's a larger order right there. And there's a larger one right there. If it takes out that 15 lot order.
What is that at? I didn't see it. I did 273.
Yeah. Um, I don't know that necessarily Monday is the right day. I know today is not the right day to roll the contract
Yeah,
over
no,
yet.
not
We're going to
today.
pay attention to volume on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week. One of those 3 days will be the right day. Thursday and Friday, the new contract will certainly have more volume, but we're just going to watch it on a daily basis and swap then.
And what you can do to do this, if you guys have seen my screen, come in here and edit. Uh, in my case, would be a NQ, uh, and we'll do the other contract. So you see it how this contract would be towards this one. So you just click and see it.
Check this out. I'm going to pop this up on my screen here real quick. The CME has this thing called a rollover analyzer tool, where you can basically take a look at the volume across them. So yesterday, which is actually when NinjaTrader started pumping the volume, started recommending people to go over there, we can see that the future month contract had just like 25,000 contracts or something like that. So not quite there yet.
for us that we don't hold too long, we'll be okay doing this. If you're thinking about buying it and hold to swing trades, that will be the difference too. So
And here's another place to look. If you just go to the CME's website and look at their E-mini Nasdaq, and I'll post this quote in our chat. You can come down here and look and see the December contract yesterday had 612,000 versus the March only had, or I'm sorry, today. This is real time. So today there's been 612 versus 73. These are the numbers you want to pay attention to. Whenever we see that the March contract is outpacing December, that's when we want to be in the new contract. Well, the volume for today, what you're looking at there may be tricky from a visual graph perspective. The volume today for December's, 612,000 versus 73,000. So, a little better than 6 times the volume still on the December contract. Share this out with you guys. In it. And I'll also put this in, actually, I put it there for you. I'm also going to put it up in our popular links section. This trade's going to take me out. There's no point in me waiting for it to get down there to do it. So I'm going to close this position and wait for the open.
you think it's better choice?
But to close it, I am.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna breach the head and take me out anyway, so I might as well save the points.
All right. I did as well then. 3 minutes is down. 10 minutes is holding that this area here. We do have another report today, don't we?
10 o'clock.
10. 3 minutes is looking like maybe now it's gonna break to the downside of this flag. And if it breaks, might retrace a bunch of that pump.
I think it would probably go to the pivot point, is my guess.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, we're just 10 minutes from the open.
Yeah, yeah, I'm not entering now. I'm just
See.
Hey Snoopy, I think you are able to look all the. You should be able to look all channels, man. You see the get funded is like getting started, and then one, two, three, four is the fourth. Is Snoopy here in the chat? No, yeah, yeah or no? No, he's not here.
I think he said he's taking today off.
Oh,
He's not feeling well.
okay, got it, got it. 9:24. Let's go back here to see how our daily is right now. Let me take this thing off. Can see better. Doyle, I sent a message to um, what is his name? Mellow.
Hello?
Yeah,
Yeah.
to see what's up with him. Sometimes he works
Yep.
and
He, I don't know what your message is about, Lou, but he called me at like midnight the other night. I'm not sure what your message is, but
no, make sure because he just disappeared. He did not switch the
oh,
PayPal account to the other, and
I know he's been working like 7 days a week, just putting a
Oh,
lot on. And he, I'll let him tell you the story, but he actually flew to Atlanta and met somebody, and he's been out and around the country now.
okay, okay.
Speaking of that, I'll see if I can do it today, Doyle. I tried to do that yesterday, and it didn't let me.
oh, yeah. Yeah, if it gives you grief, take a screenshot and send me the screenshot. Their customer service is really good. So I can send that to them and see what's going on.
Yeah, I sent you that, Doyle. It didn't work again. So opening's happening soon,
Yep.
but whatever.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to look through there. Ten minutes is curved to the downside. Uh, 3 minutes as well, and 30 seconds.
You know what though? This could still be a bull flag. The way that thing
Oh
is
yeah,
shaped.
yeah, can be. I was hoping to bounce off the pivot point, come down so we can get long and
Yeah.
raise everything back up, like a big spike type of deal. Because we do have a big order at 220. I don't know if we have a chance to look at 220, how big it is.
Give me just a moment. Let me scroll down there and see what's going on.
Are you guys using the new contract?
I'm
No, not
using
yet.
December.
The old contract's got like 6 times the volume still.
Oh, does it really?
220. It's like a 25 lot order.
Huh, that's weird.
It's not huge.
No, no.
Now, frequently the MNQ can be like really big down there. Like the MNQ right now at 258, there is a 469 lot order
For real.
sitting at 258, and then 109 at 257.
So that probably what is
I
pushing
see
back.
massive freaking numbers. Yeah.
But you know, on my MNQ, I don't see that.
20 seconds.
It's because you're not there yet. I can see deeper than you.
Okay.
My NQ is tracking the new contract, so
10
the points are
seconds.
a little off.
Oh, so TradingView has swapped over? Swapped.
Yeah,
All right, guys, gonna
trading view
open
has the
2
new one.
seconds. There it is.
And flag break. What the heck? That was the wrong freaking ATM. Dadgummit.
And I took a scalp there. It freaking froze me. I could not move my last one.
Closed.
Damn. Oh, look at this
Ah,
volatility, man.
this looks down now.
That's right.
Do that towards the pivot point.
And I'll turn back up again.
What a bitch.
Yep.
You know what's awful about it is volume just isn't looking right. I'm going to take that. My stop is the bottom of this candle here. And if this doesn't work out, I'm probably going to not trade the rest of the open until it makes its range. I'll go ahead and skip this. Or move it to break even, really. Move it up a couple of ticks to cover commissions. I think we're headed to R1. I'm going to draw fibs on this flag. Oh yeah, the 161 lines up with the R1. Probably take a little bit off at 127 when we get there. Sipped. Trend line retest for the flag break. That is a lot of volume.
To the downside, right?
Yes, it is. I can see it on my smaller time frames a lot better than I can my larger ones.
My larger ones are showing up. 3 minutes
Yes.
is look like it's gonna wanna
My
go up.
22nd, my 1-point Renko volume just dove. But I'm waiting to see if it recovers here. Buyers step back in and gain control of these smaller time frames. Buyers are still looks like they're regaining control at this level. It is a fight though.
Yeah, it is.
Definitely at a transition point here. I do like the strength of this move.
I took two off and I have one running. And take
I did
profit on
grab a little bit
R1.
of profit here. take some off at the 127.
You know what? I was going to take a profit in R1, but I'm gonna come behind instead, be up front.
You come behind. You're going to trail it.
Yeah, on 3 minutes flag. In case breaks through the R1. If don't sip me here before, because I have on this flag 3 minutes. Yeah, got sipped. Try again.
You trying long again, Lou?
Yes, sir. Nope, did not work. Okay, I'm stopping now. I'm gonna give a little break to see what is gonna go.
This looks like I mean, that was really big divergence on those spikes up. And I'm going to go ahead and short this because stops at the end of that candle. So my logic behind this short is during the open, I like to see momentum really swing. When opening volume steps in versus overnight volume, we should see momentum really move. And the 1 minute momentum didn't really move with these giant two swings that we had up here.
We're also got an XABC pattern, bullish one, on the 30-second. We
Yes.
just break the
Yep.
B. But we're also in an ABCD pattern upwards
Up. Yeah.
on the
I think
3.
that's gonna. Yeah, I think that's gonna fail down towards the pivot point. This may
I
be
think
the
so.
retracement of the CPI report of the not CPI. Shoot.
I mean, the
Core
ABCD did play
inflation.
out to the 141, but
Oh, 141 is a valid range for an ABCD. It's just this thing's spiky, right? And inflation gave us that first giant freaking leg. So I'm gonna start shaving off some size here. One, two, give me another low. I'll take another one off.
God
Step in so that it
damn
doesn't
it.
take me out.
And the thing right there, man, I have $100 something in one trade. I have $200 something in the other trade, and I did not take profit.
Mm,
Why? Because it's MNQ. I'm
yeah.
letting run, that's killing me, man.
Yep. It's what we teach people, right? We gotta practice it.
Yeah.
When you're trading just one or two lots, you gotta take profit. Can't be greedy.
I'm taking profit, but I should take all,
Yeah,
not just let come back towards
new
me
low.
again.
So,
Like right there, I took one off. I had two.
so I'm gonna get aggressive with this trail and move it to the wick of this last of the current 1 minute candle. I've taken off 4/5 of my size.
And I got sept.
My break even down to that. Well, it's not break even at this point. It's a trail officially.
Yeah. It's getting hang on the pivot point there, right? In the view app.
Yeah, it's got the pivot point, the view app, and the 188 all right there piled on top of each other.
Where did you get the 188?
From the XABCD on the 30-second.
Yeah. Yeah, the B
This
point was
here?
at 271. In between there.
Here. So,
Yeah. That was it. Yeah.
okay.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, it's a shark. So sharks can reverse around the 220 something. I need to get that
Yeah.
drawn on.
I should have had,
Yeah, this is where sharks typically come to die. So I'm going to take my profit here. Close this one.
and we almost 100% retracement of the spike.
Good old Fed move.
Yeah.
And this is close to the 188 of the 3 minute bullish harmonic pattern. It's
Well, I'm happy with taking size off at the 227 since that's a common reversal point for sharks. But why I didn't enter,
Reverse.
well, I know why I didn't reverse it is because it wasn't showing a lick of freaking divergence yet.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
it's
looking
coming
like
back
a
and lower lows.
it's looking like a falling knife
You know what's
when
interesting
when it
is
got down there.
if you take a look at the 30-minute, this could just be an ABCD down, and we just did the B to C from what was that last night? Oh, yeah. Basically from yesterday's close up to the high that we just made. That could be the B to C.
Yeah.
Because if this flag breaks,
hmm
I think it's going to crap its pants.
Yeah, that's an important trend line everyone should have. That 30-minute support coming up from near the close yesterday's low. Coming up.
Yep. Oh shoot, I didn't have that line on there, and that's where this morning's CPI report reversed. I keep saying CPI.
I think I was saying CPI yesterday. That's probably in your head.
Yeah, maybe. Interest. Shoot, inflation. There we go. Finally said it right. Yeah, it reversed right on that freaking trend line. Tell me people don't pay attention to those things. But what they've done is for it to reverse as fast as it did, they've coded that logic into algorithms. Humans couldn't have reacted that fast. Look at that.
I possibly retest here this trend line. I'm gonna get in here.
Man, I don't like it for longs yet.
Just 10-point scalp. 3 minutes already having some divergency.
Uh, it's starting to hook,
Yeah, starting
but
to hook. Yeah,
it's made lower lows.
yeah, right there. I look. Oh, God damn it! Twice, man. It gave me my 10 points and I didn't take it. That was my trade, and I didn't take it.
What's that?
Gave me like 5 times my 10 points. I cannot make myself take it. I'm gonna pay for it right now. I gave me like 5 times. God dang. Now it's looking like a bear flag. The downside.
Yeah, I'm gonna take that down.
Fuck, man. Guys, I'm not having
Right,
a good
scalp.
day. I'm not gonna be streaming this thing, okay? I'll be here, but I'm not gonna stream the shitty trades that I'm doing it. My head is working myself out.
I don't want that to sit me just yet because I think it's still gonna hit that target. So it's already taken off 2/3, so I'm okay. So I'm looking at my 22nd. I'm gonna close this.
My ninja trade's all messed up. Now it's not letting me um do the chart trader. I click, it's all black. Unbelievable.
So when that happens, try disconnecting from your data source and reconnecting. And if that doesn't fix it, you have to close Ninja and reopen it.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do right now. I'm gonna close. I'm gonna reopen. Hey, 2 minutes for the report.
Oh, shoot. Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So it's a Michigan consumer sentiment. Huh.
That's a pretty big deal right now with inflation and everything else. How do consumers feel about it? So I'm going to close this and wait for that report.
What time's that report kick out?
2 minutes or 1 minute now.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
30
30
seconds.
seconds, actually. Yeah.
Right. Came in at 70.4. Forecast was 67.1.
So better than expected, huh? Crazy. Come on, 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 come on. There we go.
Okay.
That's a weird little trend line that I've got drawn, but I like the way it's responding.
Can be doing a D-lag on the XABCD here if we're
and
gonna go
and
up.
playing out to the prior B point also.
Yeah, which would be around 272 or so, right?
Yep.
3 minutes hook to the upside. 10 minutes fighting.
On the 1 minute, buyers still don't quite have control of the market yet.
Now they're down. But the candles is telling me that they're gonna go up.
Don't let this run very far against me. My stop's going to be the bottom of this last move here. 1 candle ago. Yeah, it's going to fail. I'm killing it. It's kind of a deep left shoulder, but I wonder if this is making a head and shoulders here. Do you like that divergence? There we go.
Any more reports today?
No, that's it, really. It's just sitting on VWAP. I don't like that for a long anymore. Yeah, monthly budget statement doesn't tend to move the NQ too much. Plus, we should be done trading before then anyways. Zach? Probably moves the FX market. But yeah, that report, even though it's a medium, doesn't really move the NQ or the ES that much. Well, I say that much outside of the normal because, typically between, 14 and 1430, there's some kind of a move typically. And those large mutual fund guys come in to rebalance everything and start working on their stuff. Finally, that took forever. Nice job, Brett. I like that.
What is it?
He's
Take a
trading the
couple
volume
off.
gap.
What?
Using that one.
Yeah, I'm with you, Brett. I
This last
can't.
one is
What
sketchy.
what was your entrance? My entrance was 243.
Uh, 260. This last one was late.
Um,
This last one was a bad fill.
yeah, my last entrance, I had three total, and I have a SIP at 243. I'm hope that don't SIP me. Hope this is just a little
Here, and as it
leg.
was starting to shoot up, I snuck another one in there. That last one got filled badly, so I just gonna have this one. See what it does.
God dang. I'm so tired to be getting SIP.
How many lots are you trying, Lou? 2, 3?
I did one, and then I
Yeah.
got some $100 up, so I went to two. I'm $200 up, so now I'm at three.
Yeah. You might
But
set up an ATM to just take, one off at 5, one off at 10, and then set your third target to be like, 30 or 40 points away so that you can drag that third target wherever you want it.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm doing as yours, as your
Yeah,
three thing that you have set up. Not the scalp one, the other one. That's what I
right.
have.
Okay. Do you think I'll?
I'm liking this
Um,
again.
yep.
Ah,
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I like it.
uh, yeah, Zach, I think you're ready for it. Just remember, if you mess it up, go back to one. Do not try to keep on two, right?
And one thing that's worth tracking is, you know, the edge that you trade with has an average to it. It's going to be 50, 75, 100, 150, something like that. And after you get past that point, you're actually running a high risk. You're you're trying to push your edge too far. So that's one thing to pay attention to is if on average you're only able to squeeze 150 bucks out of a micro in a day, then by the time you get to, or let's say you're only typically able to squeeze 100 bucks out of a micro in a day, you get to 100 bucks and you move to two, you should really only be taking a high probability setup at that point because you've already pushed your edge as far as it goes. Now, if you're normally getting about 150, 175 per micro, and you get to 100, you've got room left in your strategy. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah, for Zach, I think he should do like he always do with I took one profit here. Uh, I had a big order there, so I took one profit there. I'm letting the other one see if it's gonna set me or it's gonna keep on going.
I ahead and took all profit.
I took one, two now. Now I'm letting one run. I have profit in two, and I have one run at 25 points. But the issue is this 25 points I'm up, I'm letting one run and it's coming back and sipping me, you know? but it's looking better now. Wow, 40 points just like that. Uh, but what Doyle, I think that what you said is perfect. What Zach needs to do is like he likes to not that he likes his wake on the UK, right? So he can try to do his $100 or whatever on that time of the day, and then he can come to 2 in the morning with us here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's what I would recommend it to him to do something like that.
A little head and shoulders on 3 minutes, maybe. Kind of quirky, I guess. Yeah.
And the neck needs to go higher, right?
Yeah,
That's
it's
what you
actually weird.
say.
Never mind.
And you talk about the inverse, right? Or no?
Nah, just the
The
regular
normal
one.
one? Yeah, I would not like it.
It's
The
weird.
normal one. Yeah.
I got too quick.
Why?
So I got out of that too quick. I took profit like 30 points ago, 25 points ago.
Yeah, I did
Same.
too. I was just I was just looking for 20 points.
I let
Yeah.
I did that strategy that me and Doyle were talking. I took
Yeah.
2 and I moved to 1 to the R1. That's what I would like to take profit.
Hmm.
I just moved my SIP to 269. My entrance is 254. So I'm 50 points up on that.
Yeah, I was shooting for that B point at the end of the volume gap, and it just blew right through it.
I am gonna move my SIP up to 285, which is under my red trend line.
It's an impressive 5 minute candle.
It is. Even the 10 minutes, man, check it out. Check the 10 minutes. You retrace everything
Oh yeah,
back.
yeah, it's a really nice 10 minute.
Yeah. But you know what? Look the divergence on the 10 minutes. Check it out. If you look at the 3 minutes as well, it is same. Look to the left side. What Greg was thinking about the shoulder. It's not a shoulder, but checking the same area on that push up. The volume we had
Okay.
there for what the volume we have now.
Mm-hmm.
And in 10 minutes you can see the divergence is there. It's like a heavy divergence.
Yeah, one thing to be caution of, it's
Yeah.
probably the MACD's largest shortcoming is is when you've got a period of very low volatility, like overnight, and then there's massive volatility for a pre-market report. That MACD
Oh,
can swing. That MACD can
yep,
swing huge,
yep,
and
Yeah, and then it
so
dies.
yeah, so we're basically competing with that report on the MACD over there.
yep, makes sense. I never thought about that. I never thought about that. The volume for that area, though, we have a lot more volume now than we had there. If you look for the volume on the at the 10 minutes as well, we have less volume here than we had there.
At 312 on the micro, there's 460 lots parked there.
312.
Yeah.
A short or long?
Yes, short. But now then, if you think about it on the mini, that's only like 40, right? Still a
Oh,
decent
that's
size, but
true. Yeah.
And ask it to politely move away.
what's that?
So can we ask it to politely move away?
But yeah, people keep adding to it. It's up to 560 now. Now it's down to 460. Somebody just took 100 lots off. Still at 460, 450. People are skimping out on that thing right now.
Do a big buy order just under here. Ah, that's the POC. Oh, you know what? XABCD here. I didn't see that. God dang. Well, I'll let them take profit on this because it's gonna hit me.
Let's say we can't see what you're seeing since you're not streaming, by the way.
Oh, okay. We just turned on 200 again. Man, this 200 is doing their job, huh? I just posted. B point at 255. I need to tell a story to you guys. I've been hearing helicopters passing by the house lately. I don't know why, but I'm hearing helicopters. Uh, and last night one almost um, came and landed in one of my fields. I don't know what he was looking for, but was the house was freaking shaking. The kids was screaming and was nighttime. All the internet got caught up. No internet and was just crazy.
You've been watching too much that Narco on Netflix.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, yeah, that's probably what it is, right?
No, no, that it was not a dream. Was true. It was true. Like the kids were freaking out. Like, guys, why are you freaking out? We have nothing to hide. Because behind my farm is federal land. It's a wetland. So I don't know if somebody is, putting pot there or what it is. But yesterday was weird.
Yeah, remind me of the last scene toward the ending of Goodfellas, right? Remember he was being chased by a helicopter wherever he went.
And we could not, just saw the lights and the vibration with the helicopter was doing it. But then the Harvard close by and then
Yeah,
went
I'll be back
through.
in a bit.
Keep telling the story, Lou.
Yeah, right. It's keep coming up.
I got faked out on that flag break.
You did what?
Another flag break. I thought that was going up. Oh well.
You're putting your stop too close. Then if you got stopped, your
No,
stop
I
should.
did. No, I didn't get stopped. I just. Oh, I mean, never mind. I guess I just keep quiet till it plays out.
The stop should be around 127. The fibs of 127. That's where your stop should be if you're playing that flag.
Mm,
You're playing for the upside, right? Or the
yeah,
downside? Okay.
up. Oh, yeah, it's tanking. Anyways,
Almost at the B point. Yeah, my divergence worked out, huh?
Yeah, it's like a triple top up there. You think this could be the right shoulder of an inverse now?
It could be. That is the B point.
Yeah, there's some good volume behind this.
Yeah. It's coming back to the view app again. Beautiful point again. That's incredible. Power, huh?
Yeah, there's some power behind this for sure.
100% retracement.
Well, I think I'm going to take the rest of the year off, gents,
What
and then I'll
happened?
start. I mean, starting yesterday, that mind got my mind in the wrong place yesterday. So, and then I just blew up everything this morning. So,
Oh no.
or at least I don't have to worry about what to do about Lilo at the end of the year. So, um, I might look at up profit or something in January or February, something like that, maybe.
Okay, man.
All right. Well, y'all have a nice New Year's and all that fun jazz. Take
All
it easy
right,
now.
brother.
All right, same to you, Greg. Have a happy holiday.
Yeah, this is looking like a bear flag. Real time cat.
Yeah.
And that was very strong volume down on those two 5-minute candles. So we're most likely going to break that low we made at 9:55 ish.
I could be doing a D-lag to the
Yeah,
upside.
yeah. If it breaks above that B point, I've got support right here that's bouncing on, and then there's support 10 points below, and that's the bear flag support on the 10-15 minute. So if that breaks, we're looking at another bigger move down for like an ABCD. If you look at the 15-minute,
Oh yeah.
so if this support breaks, this could just be an A, B, C, D that Doyle was talking about.
Yeah, we just almost bounced up 127, right?
Yeah, just missed it.
Yeah. And it's gonna be the fifth wave too that just finished.
Yeah, not 30 seconds.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, I see that.
This double bottom here has divergency on the 30 seconds, but uh, not on the 3 minutes as yet.
We just hit the bottom support in the 127, the make or break area. at 127 went back to 100, and that support held, at least for now.
Could be setting a neckline for an inverse head and shoulders here on the 3. If it can break this trend line.
Yeah, that would be nice.
I'll be back, guys.
Okay. Back at this bear flag support trend line. We just flipped to red for the day on the daily. And we are breaking that flag for now.
I'm not seeing any divergence real time.
Yeah.
We've got a XABCD that retests the 127 back to the 100, and then we have another ABCD down.
And the longer time frames are definitely very bearish. Just took the 88 retracement from yesterday's low. And the 141 is ABCD. And yesterday's low is at 120. We just went from the 150 back to the 100 in this ABCD. 3 minutes still down. This is the this is the downtrend to watch.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Good, good.
Yeah.
Retest of the
I don't
15-minute
know.
trend line break here.
Were you here when Greg just left a little bit ago?
No.
So he said, "Okay, I don't have to worry about my Lelus anymore. I blew up all my accounts, and I'll see you guys next year. I'm gonna take the rest of the year off."
Oh, crap.
Yeah, I guess he had a rough day yesterday, and um, was worried about the 23rd coming up so soon, and
Oh, trying to rush and get ahead before the
trying to
reset?
rush. Yeah,
Yeah. Probably
before
over
the reset,
leveraged.
and he yeah, more than likely over leveraged and blew them all up. So
We just retested that bear flag support as resistance now in the 15-minute.
I think I need to start doing what I just did with my son over in a separate trade room, like maybe tech support, or it gets renamed a one-on-one support or something like that. Because I'll be honest, I trade my best when I'm telling somebody else how to recover. And I think we just took him from a negative 200 on micros, trading two, a negative 200 to plus like 84, and decided to call it a
Nice.
day for him.
nice.
But it's, multiple time frame analysis, looking at what the data is telling us, having a bias on direction. Hey, I want to trade towards that 15-minute support line. I want to take profit at it, and then I want to stop and watch the breakout. So we just kind of waited for the pullback off of that bounce, and then we traded the breakdown, and that got us to profitable, and just 2 or 3 trades.
Now, when he gets your Christmas gift, he'll remember what Dad did for him today.
Yeah, Zach, I'll show you my 2 micro strategy, but one thing to note is I don't leave pretty much anything where it is. I look at price action, especially when I'm looking at like a 15 and a 3-minute chart. Like here's what we did with him. We drew fibs. We drew fibs on this move right here on the 3-minute. So our first profit target was this 127 lined up with the 15-minute support. And then we traded back, and then we took this flag break back down for a breakout trade. And on that one, our profit target was the 127 and again at the 150. But I'll show you the way I've got it, my ATM set up. Not the right one. Right there. Initially it's coming in and it's giving me a profit target of 7 points plus commissions and at 10 points plus commissions for quantity of 2. Yep. Yeah, the only time I just don't base the trades off of technicals is if I'm being aggressive, just trading flag breaks. I'm just looking for 7 to 10 point moves, 7 to 10 point moves. Like the open, typically there's not well defined places during the open. The volatility is very aggressive normally. And, fibs that you may set up on shorter time frames, especially, opening volatility will just blow right through them. So in the opening first, 5 to 10 minutes, I'm just setting up typically a 2 or a 3 ATM strategy, and I'm looking for profit at 7, 10, 15. I'm looking for profit at 10, 15, 20. But once I've got predictable patterns, once I have fibs that I can answer and that I can anchor against, once I've got trend lines that I'm using for targets, I'm setting those. So yeah. Yeah, no problem, man.
Be setting that neckline for that inverse head and shoulders, huh?
That was a 3 drives in the 3 minute or the 1 minute with divergence. I didn't notice that.
What was that?
That was a 3 drives on the 1 minute, and I didn't notice the divergence down there.
Oh yeah, that third drive did have really good divergence, didn't it?
Yeah, right on the 88 retracement of the
And
15-minute flag.
now volume hadn't diverged yet. If you take a look at my OBV, we had price here, volume. We had a lower low on price, lower low on volume. We had a lower high, we had a lower high, and then we had a lower low. But right now,
Okay, yeah.
right now, price is not where it was over here, but buyers are. And so
Okay.
right here, we're officially showing buy side divergence at this point. So momentum had slowed down, but the buyers hadn't fully stepped in. It's almost like the sellers were stepping out more than the buyers were stepping in, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Your trade strategy on openings, like you have smaller targets, right? You just pop in, have your targets and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yep.
It's got me thinking. I wonder how a ATM strategy that's set up for 3 lots, but instead of having even lots, like a 2-2-2 or whatever, have a 3-2-1. Your 3 is
Yeah,
your
you can do
closest
that.
target, your 2 is your second target, and your 1 is kind of like your long shot.
Yeah, I've actually set that up. And the other thing that I've done, let me pull this up and kind of show you how I played with it. Um, so yeah, you can do that, right? And then you can set like let's say I want to go in with 5. I can set that to 5, and I can set that to 3, and then it's basically going to do a 3-1-1, right? And it'll take off most of the weight at the first profit target. And
Yeah,
so in this case,
I
you
was
would
thinking that would
basically
work
set
good
the
for
5, 7, and
opens.
10.
Yeah,
Yes, it
I
probably
was
would.
thinking that would work good at opens because you almost always retrace back to that one little spot, but then it's less likely as further as it goes.
Yeah, I do like that notion. I'm probably going to implement it now. One other thing you can do is if you think you've got a runner here, you can set your ATM up and have your profit target set to 0 on that last one.
Yeah, and it won't give you one.
Yep. And so then you're still going to have 3 stops, right? You're still going to have a 3 contract stop loss that you can manage, but that third profit target just won't exist, and you can let that sucker just go. And what'll happen is, based on this right here, at 30 ticks, they're going to move forward
Yeah,
to cover commissions on them, and then that third one can just go. But I do like the idea of like trading, a 5 lot and either doing a 3-1-1 or a 4 lot and just doing a 2-1-1
yeah.
like that.
Or a
Might
six
be able to
slot.
do it tomorrow.
If you typically go 2-2-2 and you do a six slot, you can do a 3-2-1.
Hey, yep. Yeah, trade psychology is real interesting because, um, you know, you can you can you can you're basically teaching an emotional topic, right? So we can sit down and walk you through things analytically. We can show you the data. We can show you, hey, that 12 contract account, that 12 contract combine that you can get in as few as 10 days if you aggressively go after 600 a day. But if you stretch that out to 15 days, you only need 400 a day. And 400 is a lot easier than 600. 600 requires 50% more profit than 400 does. So than a $400 target. And that's assuming that you're just trying to make sure that you don't get billed a second time. Give yourself 15 days and you'll see how much easier those things are. And then we can walk you through the math of, if you start off with 2 lots and then you move to 3 and then you move to 4, what consistency can look like when it compounds. But the emotion associated with having real money on, the impacts that fear and greed have on our psychology, the only way to get over that is to experience it and just overcome it. You can't teach somebody intellectually how to overcome that. I don't believe you can. To me,
I
I think
agree.
it's on up there with like smoking, right? You can try all these different things to quit smoking, but you're not going to quit smoking until you really want to quit smoking. Um, and this is kind of the same way. Yeah, you can read something like, Atomic Habits or The Power of Habits, and you can learn about the habit chain and what your triggers are, what the reward system works, and everything else. But you still have to implement it. Closest thing I can think of that would help with that would be to study things like stoicism, right? How do you lead a stoic life? And the discipline that lifestyle brings to things, right? Like Colin McGregor, that's the one thing that he's like known for is he's known for being stoic, and that guy is like a freaking physical specimen. But he'll do things to deprive himself. If he doesn't perform the way he wants to perform, he sleeps on the floor or he takes cold showers. He deprives himself of the little luxuries in life when he misbehaves. He holds himself accountable, gets back to discipline. And the part for me that I realized is when I am not disciplined in the rest of my life, it shows up in my trading. And so if I wake up early, if I have something for breakfast, if I force myself to go for walks, go for runs, if I, kind of instill that discipline in other parts of my life, I see it showing up in my trading. Discipline is a habit, and you can't be just disciplined in one part of your life and the rest of your life is a train wreck. That's my opinion on it.
I think that's spot on. My training got much better when I started working out again and cooking my meals and going to bed at the same time every day.
Yep. I know I mentally perform better at 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning whenever I'm in bed between 9:30 and 10. Um, and so I just started setting reminders at 8:30. Hey, start winding down. It shows up on my watch. Start winding down. You're going to bed in an hour. And I've really tried to make a habit of like being in bed between 9:30 and 10 o'clock so that when 6 a.m. shows up, I'm very well rested. And then, whether I'm tired or not, I really try to get a 5K in at the end of the day. One day I really misbehaved and it was raining, and so I freaking did it in the rain. That sucked, sloshing around for 3 miles.
Oh, I felt great after that.
Felt pretty darn good after, to be honest with you.
One
Yeah,
thing,
working out's
I was
awesome.
yeah, I
I'm
was
sorry.
working out with a trainer one time, and he was telling me, he's like, you'll you'll almost always regret not going to the gym, but not one time will you go, come back home and say, man, I wish I didn't go to the gym. So
Well, like
that's a good
yesterday,
reward.
right? Yesterday I didn't really do the way I had planned. Several things kind of fell apart for me, and so yesterday I decided, instead of my walk trot, I was actually going to do interval runs, and I was going to use my heart rate to set my interval. So I would run until I got to a freaking 175 to 180 beats a minute, like my heart's about to explode. And then I stop and I walk until it gets back down to 150. And then I run until it's back up to about 180. And I just did that for 3 miles. I felt so freaking good when I got home. I
Got you a
hadn't
little bit of that
I hadn't
runner's high.
pushed myself that aggressively in a long time.
Had your Eye of the Tiger song playing?
Normally when I'm out, kind of just on a little bit of a fast walk and doing walk and interval jogging, I've just got a podcast going, some financial literacy podcast. But I've got a 160 beat per minute playlist that I had going for that yesterday.
Yeah, there's a lot of mental benefits from working out and eating right, which
Well, I mean,
usually kind of goes
it's
over into
things
your trading life too.
yeah, it's things that you naturally might not want to do, and you're forcing yourself to do things you don't want to. And there's this tiny little book called I think it's called The Principles of Success or something like that. But one of the common denominators of success is what it's called. And one of the common denominators of success is that successful people make a habit out of doing what unsuccessful people choose not to do. And I think there's just so much truth in that little saying. And one of my favorite motivational talks around that is a guy named A.L. Williams. He was giving a talk of all things, to the National Religious Broadcasters Association, and it's titled "Just Do It." And he's talking about the difference between the guy that makes six figures and the guy who makes five. And it's just a bunch of little things, right? The guy who makes $500,000 versus the guy who makes $50,000. The guy who makes $500,000 gets up just a little bit earlier, goes into the office just a little bit earlier, takes notes a little bit better, stays a little bit later. It's all those little bits of extra effort that you put in that compound over time,
Mm.
and you see those results.
I feel like you're on Twitter. I follow like a ton of like success Twitter and like financial Twitter, and it's all
Yeah,
like quotes like that. I feel like you're just like reading my Twitter timeline. Like, oh, this is what I read every day.
I had some random guy at a business conference one time just hand me a book. I was just chatting with him, and day two we met, and he just gave me this little book um, written by James Allen called "As a Man Thinketh." And I don't know what I said to make him think that I needed that, but I saw it, and it was a tiny little freaking book. And I wasn't really a reader at that point, but it was a small little freaking book. I'm at a conference, so what am I going to do tonight? So I read the book, and it was pretty freaking intriguing. It was something I hadn't really thought about before. And he kind of proposed this recipe for all of the mess in your life right now. And if you think about where you are in your life right now, it is definitely the result of a series of cause and effects of you and the people that you surround yourself with. Sure, there are random acts that just show up in there, but largely speaking, your life is a culmination of you and the people you associate with. And so he walks through and kind of teaches that, the thoughts that you consistently entertain turn into beliefs. And then those beliefs start to affect your biases and the decisions you make. And then those decisions have consequences. Whether you act or you choose inaction, both of those have consequences. And so if you don't like the rut that you're in, changing what you do isn't going to solve the problem for the long run. You have to change the thoughts that you entertain so that you can rewire your belief system. And then once you've kind of rewired your belief system, that's when change starts to happen.
Yeah, I've read that book. You told me about that a few months ago, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really good.
That was my first one, and that one kind of got me hooked on that topic.
And don't forget chop wood, carry water.
Right? Yeah, chop wood, carry water. Fall in love with the process, basically.
Yeah, there's no such thing as luck or being unlucky or, you know,
You know,
this
I
happened
actually
because of my circumstances. It's kind of like you can make it what it is.
I firmly believe in luck, but I also believe that there is a formula for luck. And that is when preparation meets opportunity, you're lucky.
Yeah, exactly. Like the
Because if you're
choices you
not,
made led you to this position.
yeah, I mean, and the fact that you're prepared for it means that luck is in your favor. And if you weren't prepared for it, then it's bad luck. Good luck tends to happen to people who are ready to take advantage of the situation presented to them. And so, what can you do to prepare yourself so that when that situation presents itself, how can you best take advantage of it?
You just took that quote right off the mouth of Louis Pasteur. With a
Oh, yeah?
chance David to prepare mind.
Yep. I was one of the many, 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 many trading courses I've gone through. One thing I think would help a lot of people here um, is what this guy did. He basically would print out a 3-column chart, and maybe I'll just kind of dress one up and get it posted with our stuff. But he would print out a one-page sheet, and this one-page sheet is your trade journal for today. And there were 3 columns. The first column was, did I go long or short? What was my entry price? What was my exit? The second column was based off of that, why did you take that trade technically? And then the third column was emotionally, how did I feel when I entered the trade, and how did I feel during, and how did I feel at the end of the trade? Now then, the next thing is what was probably equally of value. There were only five rows on that sheet of paper because he expected you to not take more than 5 trades a day. And if you can only take 5 trades a day, what are those 5 trades going to be?
That's real discipline right there.
Well, if you think about it, right, hey, if I push this button 5 times, if you think about it from a mechanical perspective, right, if I push this button 5 times, it won't work a 6th time. I only have 5 chances to get this right. And your first one's wrong. I only have 4 more shots. And at this point, you're going to be forced to deal with something, right? You're going to be forced to feel with FOMO and revenge trading. And you're going to have to meet it early on. And what ends up happening with people at the onset is their first couple of trades go against them, and then they revenge trade those next couple of trades, and they they blow up or they're out. But what starts to happen in the very near term is, you start to kick in that discipline, right? I only get 4 more trades. And at that point, I'm only going to take the best setups. Like right now, we're halfway to a neckline on an inverted head and shoulders on the 1 minute that has both volume and momentum and everything diverged on it. So I'm going to take that guy. I was gabbing this whole freaking time and not paying close attention, but this is my A plus setup. If I only had 5 trades in a day, this would be one of my trades. My relative strength is good. My volumes diverged to the upside. My momentum had diverged from the left to the head to the right shoulder. And yeah, A plus setup. I'm trading with momentum on a higher time frame. Technically trading towards VWAP, towards a price pivot point. There are all sorts of things adding up to a trade like this. If you can only take 3 to 5 trades a day, it's trades like this you should take. I gotta say, that freaking Art Williams, I said A.L. Williams earlier, Art Williams, that has got to be one of my favorite talks of all time. And all 3 profit targets have been hit. Nice and quiet, guys. Does anyone have any questions? I just hopped on a soapbox for a while. So, sorry about that.
I find a video that I really liked that isn't really uh, life teaching, but it's definitely inspiring me. I practice. You had touched on Conor McGregor earlier and stoicism and everything, and I practice that a lot in my daily life. That and meditation. Wim Hof. If you guys are ever looking at meditation, I definitely suggest Wim Hof.
Can you share a link with that one, Brett?
Yeah, definitely. One second. That's the one I like to do in the mornings before trading, or if I've ran into a bunch of red trades in a row, I'll hit that dude up.
The ABCD pattern is at the 150. I frequently don't play these back to the neckline, and I try to catch myself with that. But as I look at this, I'm not really seeing anything that says play it back to the neckline. Now that's a very strong move there, and this could be just simply wave 3 on a 5-wave move here. I got out way too early, wasn't really thinking. I just set my profit targets to exit at that pivot point and take out all 3 by the time I got there, and then I drew my fibs and saw that the 150 is where we actually reversed and appear to be printing our red candle. 150 is technically the profit target for that A plus setup. Copy this URL here. I'm going to add this to our dojo. And I think I'm going to, yeah, we've got a psychology section. Name trade psychology. Still prep. Those of you that haven't checked out what's in there, there's actually some really good stuff there that you should check out. Kind of starting off with those trade psychology podcasts. And I'll load up a couple of more real good ones that are out there.
But Doyle, psychology and meditation doesn't get me Lambos, bro. I just want the big money in Lambos,
Where are the penny stocks at?
right? Big money, Lambos.
And hilarious.
I don't want to think.
The vast majority of those Lambos are rented for photo ops.
Yeah, exactly. and then wrote off as a marketing expense.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They'll just rent it for a couple of days for photo op stuff, or they'll rent it for a couple of days um, for some sort of an event that they're going to. Now, granted, it may be $1,000 a day rental, but I was looking at a Lamborghini the other day. I think it was had 20,000 miles on it. No, had 2,000. Had 2,000 miles on it, roughly, and it was like 880 grand. It was a 2020 model. I looked at that and I'm like, anyone who knows jack about their freaking money, why would you spend, let's just call it $1 million freaking dollars? Because that price does not include the tax you're going to have to pay on it.
No, and it
So
depreciates the second you drive it away. So
yeah, you basically pay tax. You spend $1 million on that car. You lose a quarter of it as soon as you drive off the freaking lot with it. I couldn't fathom the notion of, over the next couple of days, my car lost $250,000 of value. In my opinion, unless you're, freaking Paris Hilton money, you've got no business with Ferraris and Lamborghinis. You need to be printing millions a year and have been printing millions a year, in my
yeah,
opinion.
the only reason I feel like anybody that has money smarts would be in a Lamborghini is because they rented it just for fun. Because
Yeah,
you rent it, you have fun for a few days, and that's it. Like that's just going to lose its appeal if that's your daily driver. You know?
yeah. And that guy I know that runs that insurance company, he's got a Lamborghini and Ferrari that he literally bought because people didn't believe him that he was making the type of money that he did. So he bought those two cars, and at his conferences, he drains the fuel out of them, moves them into the conference center, puts them on those big freaking round wheels that spin them in a slow circle, like they're on display. Puts the freaking red velvet rope around them so that you can't touch the car. And um, but the dude was making like 25 million a year. Owned 800 rental properties. Um, had a King Air prop plane, and then had a, what was it, a Embraer plane custom made for him. And people are like, why don't you have a Ferrari? Why don't you have a Lamborghini? You're not really making the money you make. So he basically bought those as marketing props. He'll occasionally do something stupid like drive the Ferrari to the bait shop.
Pretty funny.
I don't know if we're going to get a lot more out of this day. One thing, guys, to consider, uh, there's really two things happening. Okay, there's several things happening next week. So, first thing to know is it's contract rollover. So, sometime Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, volume's going to shift from from this contract to the March contract, and we need to swap over. It's probably going to be Monday or Tuesday next week. The second thing is it's holiday trading, and a lot of people wait. After that's holiday. Yeah, week after that's holiday. So the second thing next week is we have a metric butt ton of reports that are happening. Since so many of these reports won't be monitored and managed the last 2 weeks of the year, a lot of these reports have been pulled up. And so next week is going to be a very busy, probably incredibly volatile week. So don't do anything silly today. Keep your powder dry so that we can really enjoy next week. I was just re-reviewing what we had in that kind of mental prep, and I was looking at what Robbie had posted on trading composure. For the retail trader, complexity creates the illusion of certainty that inherently isn't there. Keep it simple. Look at price action, one or two indicators, effective money risk management rules, and a mental edge, positive attitude, perspective, awareness, wisdom. Um, you know, you'll see me using indicators. You'll see, the other guys using indicators. I'm going to go out there and say that, that what matters more than the indicator itself is you learning how price moves with that indicator. And I believe the MACD is a very important one to study. But bouncing around from indicator to indicator, looking for that next big flashy thing, it's actually more important for you to just settle in on an indicator, hold on to it, and study it. Study, the MACD was diverged. Why did price continue to rise? Try to answer that question. And after you try to answer that question enough times, you're going to start to see things that you just didn't see before.
Yeah, I completely agree. I know when I first started trading, I jumped from indicator to indicator to indicator. I think I went from Ichimoku clouds to Bollinger Bands to TTM squeezed. I mean, just every indicator in the book looking
Awesome
for the.
oscillators and all this
Yeah,
crap, man.
I mean, I was looking for every single one of them to just give me that edge. And it, I would venture to guess most indicators can be proven to work, but they have to be used correctly.
Yep. Yeah. It goes back to that saying that statistician has that I like, that Dewey knows the name better than I do now. But he said that all models are wrong, but some models are useful, and really that's what an indicator is. The thing about indicators, and maybe this Sunday I should just have us redo the lesson that I need to re-record anyways, because the audio was done wrong. And it's on indicators and how to use them, because a key lesson in there regarding indicators is you should largely ignore what those indicators tell you, outside of seeing a visual pattern and confirming, using the indicator to help confirm the bias of that pattern, or you've identified a key price level and you want to pay attention to that indicator at that key price level. Everything outside of those things, those indicators are wrong more than they're right. Little weird rules like, when the MACD signal is above the zero line and, it pulls back below average and then crosses over buy. If trading were that simple, everybody would be making money with it. But it's not that simple, because
Exactly.
that setup fails all the freaking time, except for when it's on a pattern that you were probably going to play out anyways, and now the MACD is confirming that pattern for you.
Yep. Like I have a breakdown, I guess you could say. Like I look for the pattern, identify any pattern, and then if I have a pattern, I'm like, okay, let's look at indicators now. And do my indicators tell me that this might be a yay or nay? Then I go to the next one, and is there a trend line that I can also correlate with this
Yep.
indicator and pattern trifecta? And if I got all three of those, that's my A plus setup. If I've got two, I know it's a little bit less. If I got just one, if all I have is a pattern, I mean, it's going to fail.
Odds are, right?
Yeah.
And I, there's some really fancy stuff going on out there, right? One of the other trade rooms that I'm in, there's this strategy, and I'm going to get it wrong, but bear with me. It's directionally correct, right? You set up a Renko, you wait for that thing to go 30 bars, counter trend, and then you trade for a couple of points back towards the original trend. That's a complicated strategy to keep an eye on. It's a
Yeah.
strategy. It's mechanical. It can be automated, but you're going to find that thing works sometimes and it doesn't work at other times. And I would be willing to bet that if you took that price action that was happening and you see that setup happening on there, and then you turn around and you look at something like the MACD, hey, I'm thinking of getting in on this strange little strategy. I forgot what it's called. But I am thinking about getting in on this strategy, this pattern that I see. Now let's pull out the indicator and take a look at it and see if that indicator is
Yeah.
confirming that's probably going to work out for you. If so,
Right.
it's probably worth taking the risk. But just because that price action shows itself on the chart doesn't mean it's reliable. Yeah, I think we can spend some time with a Sunday class on that. I'll post that in the announcements. We'll have a discussion on that. Ooh. How can I get one of these fancy new events that Discord has?
Events.
What's that?
They do events.
Yeah, I can create a scheduled event now in Discord. Somehow. It was so freaking obvious the other day. It was like right in my face. Oh, maybe I won't do an event because now I can't see it. Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah, if I click on our server, I can create an event. It'll be a voice channel event. In our trading floor, topic will be indicators and how to use them. Sunday, Central 4 Eastern. Next, there's a preview of it. Create event. Where the heck did it create? Oh, there it is. Very top of the freaking channel. That is not wildly visible.
Not at all.
That's
Like I never would have found that if you wouldn't have said
that
never.
is that is lame.
I
I
guess you
mean,
can share it.
it's not like bold and white or anything. Dude, and all that work that I did I delete the announcements channel? It looks like I deleted the announcements channel when I was redoing all of this stuff some time
It's
ago.
right there in Trade Central. Trade Central.
Oh, I moved it down there. That's what it was.
Something that the event might be nice though. You can share the link in the chat room or in the rooms and stuff, and people can click if they're interested in it or not, and they'll get a notification.
So let me share that. Copy event link. Put that in announcements and see what that looks like. That sucks. Let's delete that. I'm just not impressed.
It's gonna need some work.
I am
Like,
I
here's
am
your
not.
invite. It's just a link.
Right, so here we go. Sunday. I think that's actually a lot more beneficial. So, I mentioned earlier we hit the 150, we kind of pulled back a little bit. We hit that 150, and that's normally, where that pattern could end. And I didn't feel comfortable trading it back to the B point because momentum was still strong. We didn't have divergence on the 1 or 3 minute. And now we've got, and I was questioning, could that be a third wave move? Could this basically be a fourth wave flag? And it's starting to set up with fourth wave momentum. So it was a good thing we didn't short it to try to get it back to the 100% because it would not have made it. I do think it's got a quick little fifth wave scalp here that I can take. So I'm just going to grab this fifth wave scalp opportunity there and just look for 7 points. If it gets anywhere near that prior high, the fifth wave will just make a new high. It doesn't have to be much of a new high. It can be, just a point or two. And since fifth waves are high risk, I'm going to be a little bit aggressive with this guy. So like right now, first target's hit, we're only a couple of points up, so I'm going to go ahead and sip that bad boy and not risk it. So price double topped on that fifth wave with divergence. It hit pretty much within a tick of that prior high. Came back and hit my sip. I do think that that the bar will probably close higher, but we'll see. Higher risk trade, I don't want to keep my stop open and let it just run against me, especially on a fifth wave. Trading a second wave, I feel a little bit better because, if it's an ABCD for a continuation down, I'm good. If it's a flag for an up, I'm good. I should at least be able to get it to SIP. Because I'm probably going to, I'll give it another 15 minutes before I call it a day.
I'm gonna
This
hop
looks
off.
like a, what's that?
I'm gonna hop off for the day or the weekend early.
I think I'm gonna take this one last trade right here.
Taking a short for the trend break.
Yeah,
Yeah, I like it.
The head and shoulders. I don't know if that neckline's set good enough.
head and shoulders. Is that what you said?
Inverse head and shoulders that you were looking at earlier that we took
Oh,
along.
down at the bottom? Yeah. Actually, what I was thinking was that last one should be peeled off right there.
Yeah, the inverse head and shoulders. It could be making the right shoulder right now, but that
Oh, you're
neckline
looking
didn't
at a
sit
much
deep
bigger
enough.
one. Okay. I
Yeah,
was
the one in your middle screen there.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I was looking at the one that made the very bottom, like right here.
Oh yeah. No, the bigger one. That's part of
Yep,
that one, I guess.
yep, I can see that. Yeah, it didn't set this. Yeah, the neckline would have
Yeah.
been up there. Yeah, this one on the 1 minute had the right divergence. And this double top is very diverged. Although looking at it now, volume wasn't diverged the way I would have liked. But I hit this target, and then I'm going to move to break even and see what happens. Self a couple of ticks to just cover commissions, so that's a truly all-around profitable trade. And I'm going to get sipped on this last bit, but that's all right. You know what? No, I'm not. I'm not going to let it do that because I am confident in the setup. It took me out before I could move it. Guess I could re-enter.
Then your weekend doesn't start as early though.
You know, really, really good point.
Like I'm gonna give it to 11:30, and if it doesn't do anything by 11:30 Central, I'm out.
I had said I was going to go, yeah, for 15 minutes. That would put me at 11:30 Central. Hmm. Volume is showing up.
It can't decide if this wants to be a break or a bounce,
Yeah.
and it's right here at the POC, right here at the view at.
Well, the daily pivot is the floor that it's creating there. That's a decent floor, which is just right below that is VWAP. So it's losing the strength that I thought it had here. A buttload of freaking market sell orders just came through. So that's my scalp right there. And I'm wrong if it prints a higher candle there. And then this is my last trade, right or wrong. Stopped me, so I'm out. I'll see you guys on Monday for that class.
See ya.
Have a good weekend, guys.
Yeah, man. Later.
Later.